Am I coming in good? Yeah, I can hear it. Okay, so today we're gonna resume making our PNG model cowgirly from the last art stream. I know in her original design she had 4 arms, and I think for the sake of readability we're gonna cut that just for her current, pose. There might be a way to reveal it later, but we'll see. Hey, Skittles! What's up? Give a shout out. Thank you. I'm cooking while you're arting tonight. Oh, cool. What you making? Corned beef, chicken soup, veggie broth. Ooh, sounds very nice. Sounds super yummy. I'm making homemade chicken, wonton tacos, chicken capris, pasta salad, and also some lo mein. I can't stop cooking. Hey, if it works, right? Actually, we're gonna move this third eye up a bit. Strangely enough, when I started drawing this character, I did not think about how the eyebrows would work. Remember, always plan ahead. Wait, I know what I didn't do. Well, Arlene's not that bad. Let me see. I really need to check that more often. Which, fun fact, if, so usually whenever you draw, right, you think you draw, you know, like, straight. But then whenever you flip the canvas, your line will look like this instead, where it'll be on a bit of a slant. Usually you can tell this, it's more noticeable with, like, eyes and face shapes. But, this is what's known. So when you find that your lines slant like this, or things don't look as, like, even as they should or could be, it's called, art lean. And one way you fix this is by flipping your canvas and then readjusting the sketch on the flipped canvas to make it look more even, so to speak. Well, she's not really gonna move that much. I mean, her mouth's gonna open. I don't really need to separate her pieces parts all that much. I do plan to move her ear, though. Which, when I get my new card, I'm gonna upgrade my, Clip Paint Studio to get Clip Paint Studio 4. So I could do more stuff, and then, I will be opening Etsy. Sometime, once I get 2 more avatars loaded, I will be opening up Etsy. Just so that way I have, like, something in my shop. Are you gonna make a boy version of her too? Yeah. So the idea is that when I make these in PNG avatars, they'll have a male and a female, version of each other. Damn it, why did I draw that on the ice? You know, cause, like, there are plenty of male VTubers too, you know? Ear. I'm debating if I should put another ear on the other side of her head. I probably should. It would be right about there. I know it's a bit wonky looking, but it's gonna get covered up by, like, the main portion of the head, so that's why I'm not inherently worried. I have a couple pots to wash, and then I can chat more. No worries, take your time. I'm trying to figure out how I want to... Did you get your redemptions working again? They should be. Let me double check though before anybody spends anything. Ah! It's gonna take a hot minute for it to show up on screen, but nice. I was just wondering. Huh. It did the sound effects, but it's not showing up on... Well, to be fair, my stream also lags a lot more than usual, so... I'll give it a hot moment. You saw the gummies? Okay, cool. As long as somebody somewhere saw them. Ah, there they are! God, it's still my favorite redeem ever. Let me find a pose reference for the hands. Hands. Pose. We're gonna see how well I can actually get this to work. Because if it's one thing Fan hates, it's drawing hands. Hands are the absolute bane of my existence. Honestly, I might have to redraw the arm to make it fit. We'll see. Yeah, so I'm gonna need you to draw a hand monster. It needs at least 23 hands? Hell no. You are out your damn mind. Which, something I did, want to, talk about was that I was thinking of, changing up my stream schedule a little bit. Where instead of streaming 2 days a week, I stream for 4. And it's basically, it would be 2 gaming streams and 2 art streams. The other art stream would be me learning how to animate and doing animated projects. And then the other gaming stream would be a co-op gaming stream between me and some friendos. What days were you thinking about? So, I was thinking of doing Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, Friday, where Monday and Fridays would be the gaming streams, and then Tuesdays and Thursdays would be the art ones. Hold on, I'm trying to concentrate on what parts of the fingers I gotta erase. This is actually a really complicated hand pose. But yeah, no, I was talking about it with a friend and, well, with another friend. I'm kind of going through some personal stuff right now when it comes to, like, all the creative stuff. And she's like, well, you're stressing out because you're not really doing... Well, it sounds like you're stressing out because where you used to do it for fun, you're not really doing that anymore because you're trying to make, you know, like a career out of it. And, so, yeah, she and I talked, and if, you know, doing the streams is something I really want, then, you know, I gotta be on here more often. But make it fun, and animation is something that I've always wanted to learn, and I've done it, like, here and there, but never really, like, stuck with it. So it's kind of the reason I played Subnautica on stream, the first Subnautica, because, like, I knew about the story, I knew about the lore of the world, but I had never played the game start to finish because, I was, you know, Subnautica's scary, alright? Like, I've got the ninny screams to prove it. Subnautica is scary, but what I found is that when I streamed it, and I was freaking out and getting heckled by, you know, peeps in chat, I was having a lot of fun with it, and that made it less scary and more worthwhile. And then I started playing Subnautica Below Zero, and same thing, you know, kind of happened. And so I want to be able to do more of, like, my projects and have fun with them, you know? That scream, shush! Alright, homegirl be trying. But, yeah, no, and then I'm struggling with, like, kind of like stuff to, like, make and do and all kinds of stuff. And, you know, I have family that's like, you know, well, why don't you do this or why don't you do that? And I'm like, but I want to make this work. But it's like, I don't know. One thing that they don't tell you about, like, going into this and doing it for, like, yourself is that it feels like you're constantly at war with, like, what you want to do versus what you should do. You know? It doesn't help when you have, when there are so many decisions that you can make and you can do. Part of the reason, well, not only, I did delay putting up Etsy for a couple of reasons. One of which was Etsy wanted like $30 to open a shop, and I was like, really, Etsy? But it makes sense because, you know, they're hosting you on their, like, platform and everything. And then I saw some advice from somebody else that was like, you know, you don't, like, you want to have your own website, your own, you know, like, shop and stuff. So you don't really want to, like, put a lot of time into Etsy. And then somebody else was like, well, you want both. You want, you know, like, an Etsy because everybody knows Etsy. It's a widely available market. And then you want to have your own website on top of that. And so I'm like, wait, just tell me which answer is the right one and I'll do that one. But that's not how life works. You know, you gotta make your own decision and test the waters and see what works and what doesn't. And, you know, they don't call it trial by fire for nothing. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. But, yeah, no, I'm just trying to find more creative ways to do the things I love and be here more, if that makes sense. I believe in you. Yeah. So, trust me when I say everybody's, like, patience when it comes to me, like, getting stuff done is really appreciated. By the way, I don't know if I've, like, mentioned that, but, like, I definitely appreciate everybody who's kind of holding out and waiting for me to get into, like, you know, the groove of things. I feel like there's a finger I missed. No, because that's the space between fingers. That looks kind of okay. Yeah, because that's the space between the fingers. Part of me hopes that can be fixed in color and post, but we'll see. Honestly, I probably should have just gone with, like, folded hands downward pointing, but I wanted to get very complicated for no discernible reason, so... Washing dishes forever. It takes a while to get your stuff together, and still, sometimes we still don't have everything together like we wish we did, right? I feel that. But, like, I guess the reason I'm, like, mentioning it at all is that if you're watching this, and you're lurking, and you're questioning your own, like, motives about starting your own art business, or even just starting your own business in general, and you feel like you're running in circles, or you're in a rut, or you're lost, or you're overwhelmed by all the decisions you could make, just know you are not alone. Any place is a start, and just go from there and see what works. Yes. But it can also feel demoralizing when, you know, you don't, like, when you don't get far. Too, you know? Like, there needs to be, like, a balance of, like, stuff. But it's okay to, it's okay to have setbacks. You just gotta, like, recover from those setbacks, you know? Like, setbacks and obstacles shouldn't be a reason you stop completely. You can take a break, but just don't stop completely. Don't stop believing. Actually, let me put my... Oh, I also wanted to say, instead of having a 2 monitor setup, I now have a 3 monitor setup. Because last time I went to go visit, my mom, she had a monitor that she wasn't using, and I was like, can I have it? And she was like, what are you gonna use it for? And I'm like, art stuff? And she was like, okay. So now, I have a monitor that I can keep my references up. I have one for drawing specifically, and I have one for chatting. For chitty chats. Then I'll get an 8th monitor. I'll have hundreds of monitors. No one can stop me. Oh, nice. By the way, you don't need to have a multi-monitor setup to make this work. All the monitors with all that fancy mansion money. I love how that's a reoccurring joke. All the fancy mansion money. That's gotta be one of the best jokes ever. Yes, you do. Gotta make all that sweet, sweet mansion money. I feel like her arms would be kind of covering the straps. I'm trying to remember how clues work. Because I know I wanted her to have this, like, apron. Unless... I think I might have drawn this wrong. Okay, hold on. Okay, so what we're gonna do... So it means this one on this arm needs to come down a bit more. Like that. So that way it matches the shirt. Those are not always the easiest things to draw. She's still coming out really cute. Thank you. Her dress will have a pattern on it. So that's not like a super big concern that I have. But I do, because her arms are blocking like where the apron would be tied. I want to see if maybe I can get like a pocket detail in there. Actually, what I could do is... There we go. Yeah, I also got some curl brushes. Like curly hair brushes just to see. I think they're gonna be a lot of fun to play with. It's Fantas! Hey Gordy, what's up? How you doing tonight? Hold on, I'm trying to think. Actually, I think what needs to happen is she needs to have front hair and back hair, so hair, front, hair, back. I'm doing well, just played some Phasmo, and I'm doing some cleaning before bed. Heyo! Gotta love a king who cleans! Oh, the other thing I wanted to say was if I do this 4-day stream schedule. I was gonna move my usual streaming time from 10 p.m. to 8 p.m. and get on a bit earlier. So we're not gonna worry about the hair for now. Alright, now we get to move on to color. Which, she needs a color scheme. I think in the original, she had a lot of, like, oranges? I love your practice figure gesture drawings. Once I have more free time, I plan on doing the same. I have a sketch pad that needs to be full of naked bodies. Oh my god. If you ever want to get humbled so quick. Like, okay, so I saw this video where this guy was like, this routine helped elevate my my drawing, right? And you have to do this for like 6 months, I guess. And his name is Veil Arts. Let me I think I posted the link in my Discord. Hold up. An art sketch. Yeah, here it is. Okay, I'm gonna post this in chat, in case anybody is interested in, being masochistic. But, anyway. Ah! No, that's not what I wanted! I just wanted to copy the link! Oh well, you know what? That's there forever. But anyway, I made a new channel in my Discord called Fan Art Sketch, where basically I post all of my like drawing practice. But anyway, but it's based off of this video where Vale was like, you know, you do for 6 months, you do 60 1-minute gesture drawings. And you do that every day for 6 months. And, the thing with, when you first learn how to draw... What? Oh, that's the undersketch. That's this thing that I don't need anymore. I mean, her hand still looks kind of wonky, but... But anyways, before I focus, so, okay, so when you first learn how to, like, draw, right? They tell you to take, you know... Just pretend this is a more complicated version of the human form. So they tell you to take this, right? This very complicated human form, and they tell you to simplify it into basic shapes, which are circles, squares, and cylinders, right? That's what they tell you to do, okay? And so when you're learning how to do this, you learn through a lot of, like, copying, you know, poses like that, where you're like, oh, the torso is, like, this way, and the hips are, you know, that way. I know that the hips can also be done as, like, a triangle. It's a square and a triangle. It's really weird, but I'm not gonna get, like, fully in-depth in that. But anyways, point being is that when you learn to create, like, what they call the, like, very simplified mannequin of the human body, which is this thing, the idea is that it's supposed to help you be able to, you know, square. It's supposed to help you be able to, you know, be able to take all these shapes and, like, turn them, right? But with gesture drawing is a bit different, because the way that you're supposed to do gesture is you have, like, a certain time limit of... Oop, nope. You have a certain time limit. So sometimes these can be, you know, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, or 60. And the idea by having these time schedules is that when you look at a photo and you see all these complicated, like, forms, we'll just connect them all via line. So you see all this complicated form, by only having 10, 30, or 60 seconds to look at it, you just capture, like, the big shapes, or the big, like, important things that you're supposed to, like, know how to or the big, like, important bits of the pose and communicate that as simply as possible, right? And so when you start when I started doing this 60-second practice, so the 60-second practice, when I would start doing it, is basically the 60-second time limit gave me hardcore anxiety, so I would start, like, kind of just like, and then by the time I would get, like, the main torso done, it already moved on to, like, the next image that I would have to copy in another 60 seconds. And, that's kind of, like, that's the entire point of the exercise, is to get, like, your basic gesture down without focusing on all the nitty-gritty of the anatomy of the way the muscles move and this, that, and the other. But the problem is that if you're not used to doing it, you're bad at it. And even when you get done with it, like, there are, like, if you go to my Discord, which I'll just post a link. If you go to my Discord and you go look at, like, my gesture sketches, you'll notice that some of them are missing legs. Some of them are missing arms. Because, one, I couldn't copy fast enough. Or two, I ran out of space. Out of space on my little, like, canvas area that I was trying to draw them, and I didn't have enough time to shrink the figure to then continue to redraw it, to then continue drawing it. So if you notice, it's actually more noticeable if you look at, like, the legs. Like, I always seem to cut my legs off at the knee. And you're probably wondering, well, why would you, like, if you get frustrated with it, why are you gonna do it? Why are you gonna keep practicing with it? And you keep going with it for several reasons, other than masochism. Oh, I forgot to draw in her nostrils. Oops. But, the reason why you keep going with it is because over time you get better, but two, you also are more able to see, like, the flow of the body, if that makes sense, because in order to make bodies look appealing, they're all about straights versus curves, right? So, like, your leg, for example, right? The way your leg works is your upper leg is, like, straight, and then you have this, like, curve, and then the bottom of your leg is straight with an opposing curve, or something along those lines. I think I did that backwards. It's like straight, curve, straight, curve. And then boom. Something akin to, like, that. But that goes for, like, everything in the body. That goes for your arms, your, like, your, torso, like, all that kind of stuff. And, you know, you have to kind of create more complex forms or more organic forms to be able to get, like, a nice, like, shape. And so the ability to practice gesture and practice gesture effectively is, one, to see where you need to improve. So, like, for me, it's legs, because I avoid legs like the plague. But two, also be able to grasp simplifying a more detailed form into a more simplistic one. And when you're first starting out, it's rough. But if you stick with it, you'll get better. And I also joined Vale's Discord for artists, where he's got like a channel specifically set for this like 6-month challenge to do gesture drawing. There's a bit more to the routine than just gesture drawing. So like his video goes on to explain that, you know, you do 6 months of 60-second gesture drawings, and then so that takes roughly about an hour, depending on, you know, how like I was gonna look for a color scheme for her and I'm getting distracted talking. But anyways, like, so you do that for an hour, and then in another hour, a way for you to study anatomy without, like, you know, finding it completely boring and without studying static, you know, like, figures, is you find a pose that you personally find appealing, and then what you do is you break down all of the muscles that are in that pose from like the neck down, or like even the face. And so by doing that, you see how you reference not only what muscles are contracted or expanded, but also where they are, how they lay in the body, and how they fit. And it's a more creative way of studying without focusing on very static images that, you know, is going to make you claw your eyes out. Orange color palette. I'm gonna do this orange and green color palette for her because that's what it is in the original. I think I named her Cheese in the original. But yeah, no, and then, you know, he says that, so after you do those 2 exercises, then whatever you're lacking in, you pick that to study for a week. So, like, right now, I'm doing leg studies, right, where I look up poses and I look up legs. I haven't done the full body anatomy breakdown quite yet, because I had to find, like, I tried to look at, like, the musculature models for stuff, and it just made my brain hurt. So I was just like, I'm gonna hold off on this until I have more, like, breakdown anatomy study, and so what I did was fuck, I'm trying to think, I'm sorry. And so what I did was I used that that very, like, overly simplified, anatomy, like, breakdown of the muscles to then try to see, like, where they were and how they fit in the legs. And I plan to at least start with that and then go from there. sure if I like her in that orange. Actually, we'll work with the darker orange. We'll see. I'm almost done with phase 1 of cooking, then I can break and hang for a little in chat. No worries, take your time. We ain't in a rush here. Well, some people maybe. I'm not. I'm gonna take off her eyes. There we go. I'll also have to draw her eyes closed. Now that I think about it. I may or may not have messed up on that ear, but we will see. What you making? So you remember a while back when I did those palette trios? Well, I am currently making... Well, remaking, I should say, this character. Because I'm making pre-made Pngtuber models that I can sell on Etsy. Ooh, I love redraws. So yeah, she's not gonna have her secondary set of arms, but we are keeping, you know, the 3 eyes, the horns, the really poofy hair. But she's getting a female and a male counterpart. Oh, nice. It's coming out very cute. Yeah, so... There is gonna be a male and a female version of this monster character. And God, what was I thinking? It's on both. Yeah, it's on both the head and the body. And so, right now they're gonna be static because my, the version of clip paint that I have, version 1, which they came out with 4 recently. My version of clip paint, in order for me to export more animated images, I have to do them on the back of a green screen, which isn't like entirely a problem. I could do that, but it's just, I don't know. It feels like it would be like way more work to do that. But I saw that Clip Paint has an annual update pass, which is like $40 per year. But it allows you to essentially well, okay, it's $40 for me because I have EX. I don't have Pro, but anyway, the point being is that it is that when you get it, each time Clip Paint comes out with a new version of the software, you can automatically like download it without having to pay to relicense the new version of it. Because I have a perpetual license for Clip Paint Studio. Because I'm just super cool like that. And I also didn't want to pay a subscription, so. But I think $40 annually, and you get to update whenever it updates. That's pretty fair, honestly. Oh, that's the spot where the ear goes. That's why it looks wonked. Oh well. I'm just gonna kind of color that back in. I am gonna mess more with the hair texture a bit. Yeah, $40 annually is a damn good deal for great software. Yeah. So that's kind of like my view on it. The thing that I'm waiting for is, so I, my card got a, fraud charge on it, and so because of that, I had to cancel it and get a new one. And, that's the only reason I haven't, like, purchased it yet. But, I think Clip Paint Studio 3 and later allows you to transport, transparent GIFs. And so that's why I'm holding off on fully making, like, talking and blinking animations. Like in the past, like my past avatar that had, you know, like the blink, and then whenever I would talk the mouth itself would move. That's because it's animated on a like a green screen back. And well, I'm not opposed to doing that. Like, for myself, I just feel like if I'm going to attempt to sell pre-made models, that adds like a lot of extra like file space. I don't know, it's weird. It just doesn't feel like it's quality, I guess, to do that. Or maybe I just overthink it too much. Honestly, it's probably I just overthink things too much, but eh. Plus the static ones can be kind of fun to make too, you know? Oh, you know, her apron wouldn't be this color. Her dress would be. I'm losing my mind. Don't mind me. Yeah, I was wondering why that looked kind of weird. I know, I still need to get that one emote animated from you, but I know it's not all that complicated business you just mentioned. That's why I don't have it up yet. Yeah. Now, the one of the ways that I could get around having the green screen is to export all the PNG images and then have another like GIF maker website compile them together to animate them, and I've tried doing that in the past. But the problem is that when I upload the GIF from GIF Maker, it severely lowers the quality of the image overall. And I'm just like, yeah, no, like, if this is something I'm gonna be selling, even if it's like a pre-made template, I would much rather have it be good quality. And, yeah, like, I want to put out a decent product. was thinking just like this, where it just moves. I was trying to find an example. That emote is so violently jiggly. Oh, I really like that. Actually, I'll make her apron like kind of a white color. I told you she would be a cool one to revisit and work on. She is. I like her a lot. I think I may do our animatronic waitress next. Our four-eared bunny girl. Bear with me as I try to remember where the spaces and the fingers are. There. There. Ooh, pardon me. I sneezed. But yeah, no, I have all the plans. I don't know when they'll all come to fruition, but I have them. Also, she's kind of giving, homemaker, like cottagecore. Or tradwife. Mm-hmm. I feel like this is the one I used. I wonder if maybe it's because the hair is darker underneath. It's like that black color, so that's why it's not meshing that well. Sorry, if you're wondering what I'm doing a large swatch of shading color to see how good I think it would look. And I decided to go for this wine, like, red color. Which I'm still adding details. I'm trying to decide if I want her to have, spots or not. Which, for cows, obviously, they have spots, but I'm wondering what color to make them. Like, probably, I could probably do, like, a darkish brown color, methinks. Oh, well, that explains a bit, actually. I was on the wrong layer the entire time. I hate when I do that. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, and then what we'll do, her hair kind of looks like, kind of like lava a little bit with that. And then, what we'll do is we'll add back in some of the back in some of that, like, dark kind of depth. don't know, because it doesn't feel like it's part of the hair. What if I... Break time! Stretch. Okay. Alright. 1, 2, 3. Ow, ow, ow! Oh! Oh, my bones pop. Woo! I need more soda drink. Ah, my other can of Diet Coke. It's all the way. You know what? I can reach it. Maybe. Come on. Come on. Haha. I did it. Honestly, this is my first time shading hair like this. Like, the super poofy, like, curly hair. In a way that it's not just a big, like, massive blob. And I think I'm doing pretty decently at it. I said think. That's the key word in that sentence. Alright, I got more soda drink. Actually, we'll leave. Yeah. Like that. And then what we'll do is we'll go back in and we'll kind of blend these edges in just a teeny bit. Dishes are done. Time to get ready for the sleepies. Have a great rest of your stream. Night night. Good night, Gordy. Get plenty of sleepers. Alright, that's the hair done. I like it. I'm not sure if it follows the texture as exactly, but it's definitely one of those, like... That's the back of the hair. Where's the headband? Here it is. And then for... Yeah, I'm gonna have to remake that one ear. I mean, technically she doesn't need spots. But I've always had a soft spot for characters that had, I think it's vitiligo. I can't explain why, just I've always found them to be super pretty. Even people I've seen that have had it. You can always try, and if you don't like it, you can remove them. That's true. Yes, I can. Cow spots. Somebody did giraffe spots. Giraffes actually have really good spots, too. So that's her with spots. And her without spots. I kind of like her with spots, but I'm a little bit worried that they might be a bit too distracting. But I think that's probably because right now it's flat color. I think they need to be lined. The colors are very close. I think that does a little bit better, and then once we shade it, it won't contradict so much with the white of her apron. Oh, I need to put in her eyes. Her ears! I forgot about her ears. God, I'm just forgetting everything. The ears need patches now too. Yeah, no, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. But it's just that having them on the same layer and having them, like, prior to the head, or, like, having their layer above the head is gonna be weird because, like, this ear needs to be in front of the head, and this ear needs to be behind it. And the reason why that's important is because when I move them for expressions, no, it's not on the head. So where is this headband? Oh, there it is. Okay. I got it. Not me out here fighting for my life. Where is that one little... I don't know where this little piece came from. There it is. I was gonna sit here and drive myself crazy. I realize this part of the body needs to be... This will be important later. Actually, I should do red. Because her nose is red. Why was that even there? That one little piece? Sometimes that happens. Most likely it's probably just because I colored it wrong. We'll see how it looks on this side. That's not so bad. Oh, that's on my screen. I was like, what are all the holes in the painting? And I'm like, no. I need to wipe down my screen more regularly. I apologize for getting kind of quiet. Just trying to let the good vibes roll, as they say. Cheese pattern. I'm actually debating, should I do a cheese pattern for her dress or a milk one? I need to clean my computer room. Maybe a milk, keep it simple. Well, like, okay, hold on. I was still looking at adding a cheese wedge as a bow or something, but my brain isn't working great today. Aw. Skittles. So, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna make this one. Which, fun fact, by the way, if you're ever looking to vector, well, not necessarily vector, but if you're ever looking to, like, animate characters, it's important that you have extra backing for their, like, pieces parts. Especially if you do vector-based or puppet animation, so that way when they move, you don't see, like, the edges of stuff. And that has been the hardest thing for me to, like, remember. Oh my god. Now me, I'm just trying to do the parts that I think, because I'm not planning to move much except her entire head and her ears. But it's still something that I gotta keep in mind, too, you know? Honestly, I may keep the cheese pattern. Hell yeah. And it was just an idea, I'm not sure. I think I'm not trying to add too much. If it was one of the models you're putting up for sale, kind of simple. Yeah, she's supposed to be like kind of like a generic base. I mean, if somebody wanted like a cheese bow or a different theme, I mean, you do a bang up job, you spend hours, but charge a standard price, you know? Well, when she goes live, she'll only be like $10. And the reason being for that is, granted, okay, so like, I'm spending a lot, so like, okay, the thing with like pre-made assets, right, is you spend I think I'll go with 10. And then if anybody wants modifications, it's like $5 per mod. Yeah, but why do a $100 job, time, effort, and creativity to sell at $10? Well, okay, so the idea is, right, hold on. Let me get all the pieces part back on here. Her, I should say. Okay. I think that's why I'm thinking simple stuff, design, etc. Okay, so think about it this way, right? Not everybody can create their own character, right? So she's... Hold on. So the idea is... God, I have so many layers, I don't know what to do with them all. Okay, so the idea behind her, right? She's pre-made. Okay, that means that if you want to use her, you kind of need her as is, right? And this is how she comes. Her design's a bit complex, but interesting enough, right? Granted, I'm doing a lot of work by adding in like spots and, you know, pattern design for her clothes, and I'm going all in with the shading and stuff because I want her to look like a good character, like a character you can use, right? But the thing of it is that she is going to exist in multiple different forms for multiple different people, right? So you can't, like, I'm sure another artist would be able to take her and like modify her files to fit like what they want, which is okay. But like, for $10 to use her, right? One, she's not animated. Sorry, I write really big. Okay, so number one, she's not animated, she's not articulated, other than her mouth will move whenever you talk and she'll blink. Right? Like, her eyes will blink, but other than that, there's no articulation. Like, her mouth won't move to match if you're speaking. Her eyes don't, like, slow blink. The lashes don't, like, move. She doesn't breathe. She doesn't have parts of her body that'll move because she's idle, right? So she's static. Static. Okay. Number two, she's not custom. So not custom. So she's not tailored to anybody specifically, right? She's just kind of like a generic appealing character. So because she's a static character and she's not really customized all that much, selling her at $10 means that everybody who pays to use her will get her as she is with no other adornments or anything like that. And it's a good deal if you are, say, just starting, streaming and want a Pngtuber and you want to see if it's right for you. If you want to test out different models and you want to see, like, what works for you and your brand, like, this is a good, like, generic model. The other thing of it is, too, is that for $10, you also can't use her likeness for merch. No. Merch. Right. So you can't, like, at least in the terms and conditions, you can't use her, like, you can use her to monetize your content, which is all your video stuff. But, like, if you wanted to make stuffed animals of her, if you wanted to have her face for, like, stickers and branding and logo and stuff like that, like, because she's meant to be used by everybody, you couldn't really do that because you can't claim copyright. You can't claim, like, licensing, right? So for $10, she's just kind of like a base, right? Base. Now, if you wanted to commission me to make a character based off of her design, her template, her creature, that I would charge more for. That would be, like, more along the lines of $40 to $50, right? Because it's a custom character for your brand, for the stuff that you want to do, right? Where you're gonna have merch and stuff like that, and you're gonna build her from essentially we're gonna build her from the ground up. But the other thing that I also thought was having pre-made avatars for like $25. And those pre-made avatars can only be purchased once. So if you purchase that model for $25, you get the model, you get you would get both monetization and merchandising. And it would come with, like, So my $10 emotes come with, my $10 PNG models come with 2 emotes each. But for one that I would make for $25, they would come with, like, we'll say 4. Or something along those lines. And then a custom one would come with, say, like, 6. Right? Because you're getting one custom from me, we're working, you know, back and forth. I mean, if I absolutely wanted to, I could do it for having my cheapest model be 15, do 35 for the one-time pre-made purchase, and then do 50 plus for all of the custom stuff. But the other thing of it is one thing we talked about last time is we talked about mods, right? So people who want to maybe, I don't know, add jewelry or change her colors or change, like, her pattern design. Like, those kind of customizations we can do, and I can charge, like, $5 per mod that you want to do, if it's just changing her colors or, you know, or adding, like, an accessory here or there, or changing her hairstyle, or, like, the way her hair is laid out. And because she's already built, I can just go back in on the main template and make those changes as people want. So it seems like I'm spending all this time doing a bunch of work for something that should be selling, you know, at $30 to $40. But by keeping it low at 10 and then offering, you know, $5 mods, it allows some customability, and you will already have a pre-made base that you're not, you know, like, spending thousands of dollars getting, or even, like, hundreds of dollars. Like, art, you don't have to necessarily break your back to be seen as an artist, but you also don't have to necessarily break your bank to get good art either, you know? Granted, I don't know if any of this is gonna work. I might have to raise my prices, because some people will see this kind of art, see it's like, I don't know, $10, and then be like, oh, well, that's like a scam, that's a rip, right? And I've also thought of doing, you know, a bit higher at 15, because I've looked at Etsy, I've looked at the PNG, like, model price range, and the thing of it is that that particular area of Etsy is flooded with AI models that are like $3 or $1.68 or 32 cents, right? And it's just, it's oversaturated with AI that's like that. Now, if I were to fully articulate her and animate her to where her mouth, like, appears as though it's forming the words as you talk, I would charge more. I would charge maybe closer to 20. Because that's a lot of time and effort to fully, like, articulate her. But because she has, like, kind of like a base minimum of movement, like, for me personally, I think for a character that I'm going to be selling a lot of, if I even am that successful with it, $10 feels fair to me, especially if I'm gonna sell a lot of her, you know? And for all the money that I'm putting in, or not all the money, but for all the time and effort that I'm putting into the model and her design, yes, it's a lot of upfront time, but then like, if she sells passively, you know, in the meantime, I could recoup all of the time that I spent making her and giving other people fun alternatives, you know, to the PNG community. A lot of template designs actually work like that, where if you build like templates and stuff, it takes a good while to like do formatting and art and creative work for them, and then you can sell them at like $5 to $10 a piece. And then if you sell like 10 of them, that's anywhere between like, you know, like 50 to $100. And the more people that use them and like them, the more they tell people, oh hey, I found this here, and then the more people that buy them. You're doing a lot of upfront work to get gains later. There is always a method to the madness. Plus, I have a friend who tells me I need to do, like, branding work and, like, flyers and stuff like that. So that's also something I thought about getting into as well. I will be right back, though, because I have to pee. But I hope that answers some questions. Oh, there's so much shit. Come on. Squish, come on back. A jiffy. Squish, come back. Alright. Grab my pillow. Yay! Oh, I remember what I wanted to talk about. So, apparently, Snow White, like, hardcore flopped at the box office. And, I was just like, wow. Like, Disney's been in decline for like a good while now, but woof. They knew it was going to have problems before it even released. Well, not only that, but because I remember before, like while they were making the movie, Rachel Zegler came out with like even Gal Gadot wasn't happy with it, right? But it's just like even after they came out with it, people are like, what's with these like cheap costumes and you know, like it on like somebody pointed out that it looked like they got the costumes from Spirit Halloween. And it's like that's bad, Disney. Like that's really bad. But it also didn't help that Rachel, like, really trashed Snow White before the premiere came out, like the original Snow White. I read so much on that movie. They hated the dwarfs not being played by actual people, and Peter Dinklage even commented, although he is very much against roles like that. Well, the thing with Peter Dinklage is he wanted to he wants them to have more roles, like, outside of that, like, you know, stereotypical, like, or not stereotypical, but, like, outside of, you know, like, dwarves, Oompa Loompas, and that kind of thing. Like, roles that require you to be that short. He thinks people can play roles outside of that, you know? And that's fair, too. That's why I liked him in The Station Agent. He was also a prominent character in Game of Thrones, if I remember correctly. Too. Yep, he was. I watched every season and episode of that show. But, like, that aside, like, the dwarf casting aside, right? Because I know, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory got criticized for that, too. Tim Burton's Willy Wonka. Best episode, season 1, episode 6, The Golden Crown, and Give Me More Momoa. But it just kind of shows that, you know, because the biggest criticism that, you know, came with Snow White was that Snow White waited for, like, her prince to, like, come and rescue her, even though that wasn't true. Like, she liked the prince, and he showed up to save her from, you know, sleeping and everything, but she wasn't, like, specifically waiting for him or anything like that. And it left a very bad taste in people's mouths, you know? And then on top of that, Rachel was telling a lot of not to get political or anything, but she told a lot of Republicans not to go see it either, and they didn't. So, like, that also, like, some people say that also contributed to it, but, like, the other thing of it is they also didn't have her, like, do the usual, like, premiere things that they ordinarily have celebrities do to promote, like, the movie and such. And it just, I don't know, it just kind of felt like it was something that was tainted from, like, the get-go. But Disney was already spending, like, a lot of money to get it made, so they didn't, like, want to back out of it either. And I'm just like, guys, that was your first mistake. But there's that, and there's been a lot of criticism with the live-action Lilo and Stitch, too. Also, I thought you were gonna give the outfit a cheese pattern, like it was made out of Swiss cheese or blue cheese pattern or something. I did! She's got cheese wedges in the fabric. That's what I meant by cheese pattern. Like, what did you think I meant? Yeah, I thought that the dress was gonna look like Swiss cheese. Yeah, no. Her dress is cheese. No, that's not... I mean, it could be. The moon is made out of cheese. Like she was wearing cheese. No, she just has a nice cheese pattern. That's what I thought. No. But yeah, no, like Lilo and Stitch is under a lot of criticism right now too, because there's some issues with the casting, like when it comes to Pleakley and like the ice cream guy and Nani, but then like it feels like they didn't really watch the core like movie that they're basing the live action on, because a lot of things that are central to the message of the original, they just kind of like took out because they want to promote tourism in Hawaii, when the original Lilo and Stitch was a criticism on that tourism, you know? But in any case, yeah, it's just, it's like, it kind of feels like, well, not kind of, it is Disney in decline and wanting to stay safe by trying to revive all of their older projects and not really understanding what made their older projects so successful, you know? And, like, I think somebody did a fan version of a live action Atlantis. I'm cooking again, sorry, no worry. And, people thought it was a legitimate trailer and were really upset to find out that it was fan made. Not that they were upset that the fans made it, but they were upset that, like, it was made by fans of the franchise who loved it and who wanted to make it real, at least as a trailer, but because it's considered a failed property, Disney's never going to give it the chance, you know? Despite the fact that they totally could, because they have all the props and stuff to do it. Like, there has been a call to people to, or not a call to people, but like a call to have Treasure Planet Atlantis and Hercules, I think, all made into basically all of the franchises that were considered like flops and all of Disney's cult classics to be, you know, like revived. And I think they should do it because obviously the princesses aren't really holding their appeal like they used to, you know? But Disney's not the only one on the hook for cringy revivals. DreamWorks was gonna come out with is gonna come out with Shrek 5, and people are like, what's up with this art style? Like, that's not my Shrek. And some people are like, well, you know, they've aged since, you know, the original movies came out. And it's like, no, we understand that, but what's with the over, like, stylized cartoon look? Like, come on now. Oop, no, I erased it. I don't know. I just plan to draw. You know? Because I think art is cool. Also, one franchise I want to see them like Hail Mary is either Hunchback of Notre Dame or The Black Cauldron. Pull it out of the vault, you cowards! Like, think about how baller a, like... I have a break between cutting some potatoes. I was going to mention a stream suggestion while you were doing art, but I would have to take a minute to type it, or even return to Oz. Well, they had Wicked come out recently. I still need to watch that. I keep meaning to, and I just have not. But they mess all of that up sometimes. Yeah, that's true. What was your idea? I'm here, I'm cool, I'm hip. What I need to do is get my hands on my mom's, I think it's Paramount Plus that the Rugrats is on. I'll try to see if I can hack it tonight, and if I can't, I'll just get it from her when I see her. Fish Mom's Fish Mom for the win. Woo! When you specifically do an art stream and we lurk while we're working on our own stuff, why not have an art and fart or something Discord page that we share what we do while you're working and we're all doing a form of art, even cooking, painting a wall, drawing something ourselves. That could work. 'Tis an idea. Although, I think I get largely podcasted. Like, yeah, people, you know, like, tune in and then, and then do stuff while I just kind of jibber jabber in the background. And don't get me wrong, I'm not opposed to that at all. At the end of the stream, check out Discord and either share or comment on what's posted. It would involve the community too. Yeah, that sounds cool. We will see. We shall seize. I want my community to be a bit more active, but I also understand not everybody like wants to be active too, if that makes sense. And like I'm kind of content if you want to lurk, if you want to hang out and chill, hang out and chill. I'm not above promoting art. Like I have an entire channel in my Discord for art to be posted. Yeah, it's in the Doodles channel on my Discourse under the reef. So if you want to post your art there, you can. Like, that's a channel made specifically for the community to post their artwork. Because I have sections in my Discord where I post my stuff, so I'm not, you know, like, spamming it. I can't shade that one because I'm not on the right layer. Fuck! I'm not even gonna lie. I am so excited for May. I can't, like, the month of May cannot get here fast enough for my liking. And the reason I say this is because, so it's probably no surprise, but I read a lot of monster romance books. I have a thing for monsters. And, one of my favorite books is, Ensnared by Tiffany Roberts. I feel bad that I had to remember that. But anyways, point being, it's a trilogy series. It's a slow burn romance. It's amazing. Can't recommend enough. But she's coming out with a spin-off book series that comes out in the same universe. And The Weaver is due to come out in May, and I'm so excited. So very excited. I'm like, ah! I want it. I want it so bad. I'm sorry, The Weaver? Yeah, it's a, So, for context, The Weaver is based off of one of the, friends that appears in the, original trilogy. It's a spin-off? Are we making puns on purpose? Yes. I mean, they are, spider aliens, so it also makes sense. But it was supposed to come out, like, a year ago. Like, it was, funnily enough, it was due to come out, like, I think either on or the day before my birthday. I was so excited. And then when it never showed up in my Kindle, I got so, like, I started freaking out because I was like, what happened? Where did it go? And then I went on social media and the author was like, hey, I'm sorry to do this to everybody, but we had to, you know, push the date of release back because we were just overwhelmed. And, you know, we wanted to craft, like, a good story and this, that, and the other. And all I can remember was the decent human, like, person in me was just like, oh, okay, you know what, I understand. Like, that makes a lot of sense. You know, because being creative, like, you don't want to burn yourself out. And when you are burned out, you don't want to, you know, write or create anything because then it's just not going to feel as good. And the spin-off series was highly anticipated, especially after the trilogy ended, right? And so she was just like, it's too, you know, it's like, it's too much pressure. And get it, 100%, do what you need to do, you know, what have you. But the rabid, frothing at the mouth fangirl in me was like, are you fucking kidding me? Oh, it hurt so much. I was like, oh, it was almost like physical pain. Almost. But I'm so excited. I'm so very excited. And I'm that weird person that'll pop in her DMs occasionally, like, to send her stuff that I think is funny. I'm not creepy, I promise. mean, I kind of am creepy, but no, I've been highly like anticipating it, especially when it came back on Kindle, and it was for pre-order, and it was due to come out May 11th, 2025, and at the time I think it was sometime in like 2024, and I was like, Tiffany, you're killing me. How could you make me wait this long? And it was the other thing that had hope. Oh, it was so bad, because the other reason I had a lot of hope for it coming out was that she put May 11th, 2025 as like a placeholder date. So there was that tiny little niggling worm of hope that she would release it early. That she would release it earlier than that. And so I checked it. I checked the listing like every day for like a period of like 2 or 3 months just to see if it would update. And when it didn't, I was just like, okay, calm down. We're cool. We got this. Everything's fine. You know, 'cause rabid fangirl over here. And what was it? What happened? So anyway, so then I would go and I would check on it, you know, like occasionally. And so I started going from checking it every day to every like week to then every like couple of weeks. But now that it's getting closer to May 11th and the official release date is going to be May 11th, I've been back to frothing at the mouth, just like, oh my god, it's coming closer. It's coming closer. And I pre-ordered it. So the moment that motherfucker goes live, it is going to be in my Kindle, and I'm going to be gone for however long it takes me to read this book from start to finish. I will literally drop everything just to sit down and read it with no interruption. And of course, I've also gone back and reread the trilogy. The original trilogy is a comfort read of mine. Like, I found it and I was reading it when I was going through, like, a really hard time when I was in Texas, and I just kind of, like... It just kind of, like, became my comfort read series, my rock. Like, I would go back and I think I have certain parts of the trilogy memorized right now because I love it so much. I do want to get signed physical copies of the books, and she came out with character cards that I want to get. There's so much I want to get from her when it comes to that series. Like, I want to get the books, I want to get the character cards, and I want to get the schmildo of my spider husband. Because I can, and no one can stop me. But I have to make adult money for that, so... I guess this would be a shameless plug-in, but if you want to support me getting a schmildo of my monster husband, please subscribe to my Twitch or Patreon. Oh my god. But otherwise, if I pass the vibe check and you want to see more from me, go ahead and give me a follow. Like... I promise I may not know where I'm going, but I am definitely going somewhere. I probably should not mention I would potentially be spending money on anything other than stream. Oh my god. But again, all jokes and aside, like, it's a really good book series, and I am so excited. I like can't wait. The other book I'm really excited for that's coming out in May is another alien romance writer, but she has like I think it's Talia Ray, if I'm pronouncing that right. But she did Savior of the Domini or Domini, and that's a really good book series. It sets up the framework for the universe at large, and then she has 2 spin-off series. She has the Lunar Base Experiments and the like mate matching program, and she's coming out, I think, with a 3rd spin-off series about a delivery boy. So that book comes out in May as well, and I can't wait to get my grubby little fins on that. And then I've been stalking Amelia Raidmaker. I've been stalking Amelia Raidmaker because she wrote, so, and I'm on break again. Welcome back, Skittles. But I'm stalking Amelia Raidmaker because she came out with the first 2 books in the Sussex trilogy, which is also another really good series. But Sussex is basically about a human who gets stranded in space and then gets adopted by a bunch of snake men because they think she's a pet. It's another one of those very, like, slow burn romance books, but book 2 ended on a really good cliffhanger. And so I pre-ordered the 3rd book for whenever it was supposed to come out, and then the listing for it disappeared and I almost had a heart attack because I was just like, where did it go? So I found all of her, where I could find her on, you know, social media, and she was like, you know, hey, I've had some personal, like, family stuff come up, so unfortunately I had to cancel all the pre-orders. I was like, okay, understand, that's fine. And she's like, you know, we're gonna, yes, people also think I'm a pet, but I assure you, I'm quite feral. I mean, me too. Well, I'm not feral, I'm more, like, domesticated. But in any case, so I found her socials, and I've been stalking her. At first, I was stalking her WordPress blog, and then that got, like, kind of wonked with, but she's on Reddit, and so I stalk her Reddit, and I've been checking up on her Reddit every day to see when the book is coming out, and I've read an excerpt chapter from that she posted as just kind of like a little hint, a little taste. I was just like, come on, Amelia, come out with it, please, you're killing me. And the reason why this one is also harder is because the Amazon listing for the 3rd book is still there. Like, it exists, but it doesn't at the same time. So, like, when you go to look up the series, you'll see that it has 3 books in the little series preview, but when you click on it, there's only 2. And the reason for this is she's not putting it up for pre-order again. She's just going to release it when she releases it. And I have, Amelia, I have been lurking in the shadows, trying to see when she will post it or when it will come up. I check Amazon, I check her social, like, listings, because I want it the moment that book drops, because I am a rabid fangirl at heart. And I also messaged, I also found Lydia Hope has an Instagram, which Lydia Hope wrote, Homebound. She wrote, which is also, oh god, I'm talking about all my favorite books. I'm so sorry. But, and by the way, please don't like harass any of these authors. They're all great people, and I know I sound like that crazy rabid fan in the corner that's just like conspiracy, but I only mention them because they write like really good books. But I started rereading Homebound because that's another one of my top favorite reads, and I found out she was on Instagram, and I was like, should I message her? Because I have like a legitimate question, but I don't want to come across as being weird. So I decided to say, fuck it. The worst she could tell me is, go away. Please don't ever talk to me again. But I messaged her and I asked her if she would ever write like a book or like a couple chapters in her male lead's perspective in Homebound, because the entire book in Homebound is written from the female lead's perspective, which there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just, I would literally sell my soul to have a book written in his perspective, and I kind of understand why she probably didn't do that, because it's in a prison setting, and it would probably get, like, kind of boring really quickly if it was entirely from, like, his point of view, being in prison, being unable to, like, leave every day. But I just... he's such an arrogant asshole, and I want to know everything about him. Anyway, so I messaged her, asking her if she would ever do that, or if she would, and, yeah, let's just say I'm kind of rabid and crazy for my favorite authors. Like, I haven't really, like, kept up with SJ. SJ Sanders is another really good author. She does, Werewolf Aliens and the Ragaroo and others. But I try to keep up with, like, my favorite author. God, I sound absolutely feral, but I just... they're so good! Okay, I think I'm done for tonight. I think I've gotten across how psychopathic I actually am. But, we're gonna finish with our milkmaid, for now. I know we didn't really get to moving her pieces parts because we were coloring her, but overall, I think our color scheme came out really well. So, for this soul exchange, I just have to get them to write one chapter from some dude's point of view in a book. I think for my soul, I would want a whole book in his perspective, but if I could only get one chapter, definitely would sell my soul for that. Definitely would, and it has to be a chapter that I was allowed to pick. Because I know some shit went down with him and, like, some of the side characters in the story. I just don't know how it happened, and it's driving me up the wall. I need specifics. A short story or a novel? I think this would be, like, a novel, honestly. But that's neither here nor there. Save as. Alright, let's go see who I can foist y'all off on. Foist. Am I even using that word correctly? I don't know. We can go raid into Rozzy. I forgot Rozzy was live. Yeah, let's go raid into Rozzy for once. If my husband can harass Anne Rice, I can try to get this done. No, please do not harass any of these authors. I have a lot of, like, respect for them, and I think they're great, and I wish I wasn't socially awkward, that I could actually, like, talk with them and, hang out and not come across as, like, I feel I come across as rather creepy, but, If they ever find that I'm a Twitch streamer, I think I would die. I think I would die if one of them just kind of like popped into stream and just started chatting. I would be like, oh my god. But we're gonna go right into Rozzy because Rozzy is a long time fan of the channel, and we love the girlies. So, that being the case, tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but next week, we're gonna try and start our 4-day stream schedule and kind of see how that is. I'm not sure what we're gonna do for co-op night. But I will be playing more Subnautica Monday and see if we can get that game finished, because when I go to stream Epic Mickey, I plan to start simulcasting on YouTube as well, just to see how that will work, and yeah. So, but much love to everybody who joined in. Again, if I pass the vibe check, if you wish to see more from me, go ahead and give me a follow. If, you know, Discord's free to join as a fishling. Gonna post beach invite. So, if you want to keep up with me, if you want to see my gallery or my sketch practice, you can, you know, check out some stuff there. But I will see everyone. Please still be here, Ozzy. I will be seeing everybody on Monday. Monday. Bye-bye.